Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good Noggledaws. That's a time of the day that I just made up. We're about to start laying in the clay for the form. Let us check out our little schematic here. So we start with the sculpture. We put down this brown as the base. Okay, so what we have not put here is a rubber layer on the bottom. That's interesting. I don't know if that's necessary or not. I feel like it's not. We're gonna skip that step. We're gonna go right to this one where we put clay over this part here. And then, you know, who knows, we might get that done tonight. Then we build up that half of the mother mold. And then once that's set up, probably tomorrow, we flip it over, so it's face down. Well, actually, this is reversed because he started face down. Hey, who cares? Who cares? You just do the same thing. Blip, 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 blip. Yeah. Bloop, 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 blop, blop. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna think of the advantage to doing this layer of clay is what? Then, so in this example here, okay, so that is a separate from that, but how do you actually keep them separated? And doesn't matter, because once you pour the plaster over it, the mother mold, you're gonna flip it over, and you're gonna have to tear all of that clay off of that section anyway, right? I think so. Alright. Okay, so here's an issue that I've got. Let's start recording this for the old tutorial. So as it is now, we've got this big space here that we can block off. And we have this space that's too narrow because I want ½ an inch of rubber around here and then another ½ inch to inch of mother mold. So that is that's not acceptable what we've got here. So we're going to need to do a little surgery on the side here. Too, which is going to be rougher because I've got hot glue in there. Okay, great. So now we can the clay out. I might actually want to be a little bit wider with it. Yeah, I'm going to go up to here. handle. Let's see, rubber goes out around there. So I could go out even a bit further. Here. or less we have a container that can hold everything in place. Let's take a picture of it for ye olde tutorial. I don't know why I'm working so hard to make this an aesthetically pleasing shoot, but for some reason I feel compelled. Okay, so am I done with hot glue? I think I am. Ready for clay, I think so. Okay, I shall now go get clay. It's been warming up in the oven for a couple minutes, so it should be nice and pliable. BRB. It smells like home baked. Like home baked oil. Just like Grandpappy used to make it. Alright. So, first things first. Let's start recording. Show the name brand of what I'm using here. Sulfur free is very important, never hardening, and non-toxic in case you get hungry. Okay. A little bit of plastic in. Okay, I'm going to start by laying a clay layer along the bottom. And the one thing I want to make sure is that I'm always staying on the bottom half of the seam line that I established earlier. Roughly. Doesn't have to be precisely, but enough that you're not trying to scoop down into the mold later. That's the thing you want to avoid. Actually, while it's all nice and warm, I'm going to pack this pour spout. There's a better word for that. What is it? It's a sprue? Well, it will become a sprue once it's cast, but there's a different word for it when it's the positive version of that in the mold. You can see how there's a crack in there, but that's fine. Just plug it with ye olde clay. Oh, this is the first mosquito of the season? Exciting. And one thing is to note, I would not have to build this mold box if I had just like 8 tons of this clay. I could just build the whole thing out of this clay. I, however, do not have 8 tons of this clay. Sad but true. somehow they managed to wrap it in the most annoying plastic that's ever been conceived by man. It won't just all come off in one thing. It comes off in these tiny little strips. So no matter what you do, you're going to end up with invisible little pieces in your clay. Now this one has not been heated up in the oven. You can see it's definitely stiffer, harder to smush around and stretch and stuff. Might be worth it just to set it out for a little bit longer, or put it back in the oven. But not yet. Okay, so one of the things I want to do is design a little hump here so that I can get a nice marriage between the two halves of the mother mold. Right around here is a fine spot for that. One thing I'm sure of is that I want a close to 90-degree bend from this surface to this surface. Nice sharp angle or crisp line, because that is going to be where the other mother mold meets up with it, and I just want to make sure that it's delineated well. I think the last mold I did was kind of sloppy because I didn't really pay attention to that. I'm not sure exactly why he did these kind of line things on his clay. I did that a little bit, and I feel like just poking little round nubbins is probably just as good. But these nubbins on the side that I would put in like so, these caused me problems. Or, well, it's not that they caused me problems, it's just that they snapped off when I separated the shell. However, this shell I'm doing with Plastipaste rather than Hydrocal, so I may not have that problem. In fact, it's making me wonder if maybe I want to do something a little more aggressive. No, because separating the mother mold is one of the hairiest endeavors. If you saw last stream, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's pretty darn stressful. So I think I'm going to keep them pretty subtle. I'll just rely on little divots about that deep. I think that'll do the trick. Oh, you know what? Doing all this futzing, I really should throw some more in the oven. Set these aside. Hopefully that's enough. Be right back. One thing I should have done was draw the line on the outside of this bag. You can mostly see it going along there. In fact, let me record this little tidbit for the tutorial. Okay, so you can kind of see the black line that I drew, the parting line, goes along there, comes down here. And so when I have it in the mold, I want that to be a little bit above where the bottom of this mother mold is. On this side, it goes way down in there, which you can still mostly get to because I made that divot in there, so that's good. And then up around here, so yeah, everything looks like it checks out as far as the parting lines go. Also, I don't know if I said this already, but I'm going way overboard when it comes to making this a smooth, nicely finished mother mold. It's really a mother mold mold. Now that I think about it, there's no reason for it to be neat. Because I'm making a tutorial, I just kind of want everything to look all pro. I don't know how many professional mold makers put this much time and effort into making the mold pretty, and because, you know, it's all about the cast you get afterwards. It's not about how nice the mold is, unless, you know, you're just like, you consider yourself a master mold maker and that is your art. I know there are people that are incredible at mold making. You know, they're not strictly sculptors themselves, but they are hired by sculptors to mold and cast their stuff. I've never done that because I assume that the cost would be much more than I could ever recoup by selling my statues, but I know that service is out there, should I ever need it. Larger spherical thing, like a marble, for instance. I know I have marbles. Let me see how well one of those works to make the divots that I need. Imagine if I put a little bit of alcohol. I keep getting clay on my camera. Do not want. Okay. I think it's time to go get the warmed up clay. Be right back again. Let me take a pick. The danger of having the paper hang over the side of the table. So you lose sight of that fact. Okay. Hey Trickster, how's it going? Oh, glad you liked it. Thanks for letting me know. Got another series coming up that I'm filming right now for how to mold and cast stuff. Recording. Let's try to get a little tiltier. Okay, too tilty. There we go. Okay, so got that basic negative void in there. I'm going to be doing voiceover and an awful lot of editing on this, so I'm just kind of getting the footage right now. The nice thing is my camera can record to the SD card in 4K even while it streams to OBS in 720. Did not realize that until recently, and it was very exciting for me. So now we're going to be adding the clay, which is going to be replaced with rubber. And we're trying to get about half an inch of thickness. Do I have a little ruler? No, I have a little ruler somewhere. Let's just using it last night. Here we go. Okay. So, I want to use about 1/2 inch, which is also about 1 millimeter. Millimeters? That would be centimeter, I would think. I don't know. Whatever it is, about one of those. So, build up your clay. So there's the surface, and there's the number you want to hit. And so if you ever in doubt, you can take a stick and a pen. Mark it off there. Boop. Just started learning how to sculpt. I'm a regular at Sweet Tooth's stream, and I saw you were in there a while back. So I went ahead and gave you a follow then. Oh, cool. Yeah, Sweet Tooth is cool. Hey, the big white Shogun. How's it going? Glad you caught me. Okay, so now you've got this little depth mark here. You could stick it in anywhere. And as long as that black line disappears, you know it's deep enough. So you can see there, not quite deep enough. Add a little on top. Now deep enough. All right. Why, oh why, Mr. Josh, do you have to stream so late? You know, it has something to do with having a full-time job and living on the West Coast. So I am late for everyone else in the world. I'm like as late as you get except for Hawaii. Hey, Lyra39, thanks for following. Thank you, thank you. I got severe back pain. I think I may have to catch a cold in the back. May have caught a cold in the back? What? Never heard of a back cold before. That sounds awful. So I can't sleep and saw you online. What you doing today? I'm working on a molding and casting tutorial video. Mostly because I just happen to need to mold and cast my character from my upcoming book coming out April 1st. Everyone buy my book. It's called The Scarred King. I'll obviously be talking about it a lot when it comes out. Fantasy adventure story with a unique world I've been world building on for about 20 years now. It's actually a thing. A back cold is actually a thing. I believe you. I've just never heard of it. There's lots of things I have never heard of. Ship it abroad. I live in the UK. It's going to be, you know, an ebook. It's going to be on Amazon. There will also be, it'll also be available in what, paperback. That's the word. It's like softback? That's not what it is. It's not softback. I don't know how Amazon does print on demand in England, but I'm guessing it's pretty similar. At some point, I will have an audiobook, which will obviously be a digital thing. Really excited about that. I have my friend McLean, who does music for all sorts of video games, including Guild Wars 2, is going to be collaborating with me to make an original Tales from Talifar soundtrack. And not a lot, just like an introduction type of theme. You know, kind of like when you think of Star Wars, you think of the da 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 da, you know, that sort of thing, right? Or Jurassic Park, or, you know, all of those Williams-esque movies that have very memorable hooks. He's gonna make one of those for me. I'm really excited. Never heard of print on demand? Yeah, so self-publishing is becoming a really big thing, thanks in large part to ebooks and print on demand, where you can get a book printed for about the same price as you would, you know, going into a bookshop and buying a paperback there. Of course, since I'm weird and gotta be different and super ambitious, our book is lavishly illustrated with like hundreds of illustrations, and so that's been making it take a long time. We started writing it, my co-author and I started writing it about probably over a decade ago. And, you know, I started doing a lot of just visual development on it whenever I could. And, you know, back then, a decade ago, self-publishing wasn't really a thing. So it was just, we're just writing this thing for fun. But, you know, since then, self-publishing has become a thing. And now it's something that we're actually doing. So that's been exciting. Just checked where Amazon do print on demand, and it's so funny. What's funny about it? They print in North America, Japan, Europe, and UK, because apparently UK is not a part of Europe anymore. Well, you know, you guys did take a vote on that. I wonder if the US voted to leave North America, if we could do that. Just be like, we're not on the continent of North America anymore, you guys. See ya, Canada and Mexico. Yeah, I listened to well, many different podcasts about writing and self-publishing, and a really good one is Mark Dawson. He's out of the UK, and as far as I know, all of his advice applies on both sides of the proverbial pond. Norway and Switzerland are not part of the EU, and somehow they are not excluded from being a European country. Well, that's a good point. There's geographic continuity, and then the political layer, the artificial layer that sits on top of it. Yeah, I'm doing a sculpture for the book because I came up with an idea for how to do all our books. We have 11 books written, but this is the first one that we're actually getting to market. We'll get to the rest in good time, but I have an idea for how I wanted to do all the covers so that everything in the Tales from Talifar series will have a similar look, and you'll be able to tell just from the cover design that you're looking at a Tales from Talifar book. And the way I'm doing that is I'm sculpting the main character from the book, and then mold and cast that, photograph the cast of that. Each one is going to be in a different kind of material, kind of based on their characteristics. So Beaumark is going to be done in bronze because for reasons you'll understand when you read the book. And then the second book is his kind of sidekick slash master, who's an alien named Skola, and he's going to be kind of in an onyx. And then the third book is a woman warrior who's hunting him down through the second and third books, named Lilk, and she's going to be in like white marble. So anyway, I'm photographing the busts, and then so they'll all kind of have that similar vibe, even though they can be lots of different colors and textures and shapes and all that stuff. But just like it is a statue of the character in the book. That is what all the covers will be. So I'm excited about that. Big White Shogun says, 4 a.m. in the morning, back pain. Let's not talk about politics. Can I read a sample of your book anywhere? It's a fiction, right? Yeah, it's like a fantasy adventure type story. Let's see, is there a place where you can read sample? That's a great question. I should have a better answer for that. I have you know, the manuscript in a Google Doc that I can share with anyone who's interested in being a beta reader. If you're serious about wanting to be a beta reader, you don't have to read the whole thing, but you can read it and decide if you like it. And if you don't like it, I'd appreciate just a little note on like, I found it boring, or didn't like the characters, or just not my style, you know, one of those things. That kind of stuff is helpful to me. So if you want, you can private message me your email address, and I can send you a link to the to the Google Doc, and you could weigh in. Google Docs has this cool feature where you can comment in the margins. So we've collected a ton of great feedback and really improved the book a lot over the past year, thanks to beta readers. Let's see, how many pages are the novels? They're not like Brandon Sanderson long. They're, I'd say, 70,000 words-ish each. Pages is kind of an irrelevant number these days, since most things are an ebook, and when you get a print on demand, you could choose the font size, so that totally changes the number of pages. But yeah, they're not sprawling epics. That's not what I'm going for yet. At some point, we'll do some sprawling epics in Talifar, but for now, we're really focusing on exploring through like tight, character-centric stories, exploring the world, developing it as we write. Was a huge fan of your work for a long time. I need to be honest with you from the get-go. English is not my first language, and my grammar is not so good. Well, that's fine. I have all sorts of international followers and such, so I'm great with feedback from anyone. Yeah, I could never judge anyone for having English as their non-primary language, considering I only have one language, like most Americans. You know, everyone has to take a foreign language in high school, but they hardly ever stick because they're just not used as much, you know. The US is just so huge. You can travel for days in any direction and still be in the US and still be surrounded by people who speak English. So it's like, there's not, I think it's not like in Europe where there's a great opportunity to practice your skills, unless it's Spanish. You'll find Spanish speakers almost everywhere. But yeah, PM on Twitch would work fine. If you have a Gmail email account, that works best, I think. When it comes to sharing Google documents, it's not necessary, but I think it makes things smoother. So, you know, some people have multiple emails and they happen to also have a Gmail. And just for the record. The Big White Shogun said, I was forced to learn Russian and German for 10 years in my school, and I remember almost nothing. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where you can't just like take a class and then stop doing it and just have it there in your memory. You gotta use it. You gotta practice it. You gotta be conversing with native speakers of that language. Yeah, so I'll send you that document, and who knows, maybe you'll love it and it will distract you from your terrible back cold. There are 39 says, what language was the most hard for you? Big White Shogun says, Guild Wars 2 wasn't available in my language when I was starting playing it. My English was, well, was just smiley. Sure, there's a lot of nuance in Guild Wars that probably goes over a lot of people's heads. Although we have a huge localization team for German, French, Spanish, and Portuguese, I believe. And they work really hard to try to carry that nuance and subtleties and what's it, like, turn of phrases, all that kind of stuff. They work really hard to try to translate those things as well as can be done. Russian was hardest because of the different alphabet. Yeah. That is one of several languages that when I get subscriptions on YouTube, I'm like, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Oh, you're Polish? Yeah, I thought Polish used a similar, is it Cyrillic alphabet? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I am half Polish, going back about 3 generations. Let's see, it was my dad's. No, I'm only a quarter, because my dad's mom was full Polish and his dad was full German. So I've got a quarter German, a quarter Polish, and then on my mom's side, English and Scottish, I believe. Very Northern Euro. But all about 3 or 4 generations back. For everyone in my country, it seems like Russian is the easiest one, but for some weird reason, it was hard for me. Yeah, I'm sure there's some kind of brain science that could explain that. I have a problem with navigating websites and learning new software and even some games, because if a font or text is large or a different color, my brain makes it invisible to me, and I look at all the small little stuff first and often miss the big obvious thing that the designers are like, hey, look at me first. This is what you should be doing first. So yeah, different brains just process visual things differently. My brain just wants to be a contrarian, I suppose. Fair, when I was a kid, I was so upset about learning Russian. I had the worst grades from it. Yeah, my chosen language was Japanese. That did not work out. My mom thought it would be best for me because I was a huge Nintendo fan, and you know, all the game development happens in Japan, so she thought it'd be a good idea. I could, you know, that would give me some passion to be able to learn it, so I could have a goal of maybe working on video games one day. And yeah, wasn't enough. Alright, let's take some soundings. Close. Close. Okay, I think I'm gonna put this back in the oven for a little bit. Oh wait, maybe this one's still malleable enough. Ooh, it's really greasy in here for some reason. Oil got trapped somehow. Oh, nice, we got Russian lessons going on. Nice. Mr. Josh, how do you send message on this bloody platform? I don't use Twitch often. You know what? I honestly don't know myself. So just send me an email to Breath of Life Dev. That's DEV as in victory. .com. Or no, at gmail.com. Breath of Life Dev at gmail.com. I think there's a link in that little auto chatbot thing that keeps popping up every 15 minutes. Now just use your email. Let's see. Breath of Life Dev. Except for the dot. No dot between Breath of Life and Dev. You know what? Let me... Actually, I'm going to put this in the oven, and then I'll go ahead and see if I can just shoot you that email right now. And then you can tell me live on the air if the link works. Be right back. All right, read us some Russian. This is Breath of Life. Art. Dang it. Oh, interesting. Got a bunch of email over here I need to check. Okay. So I should have Breath of Life Dev. Let's see. Add account. Okay, got two-factor authorization. Tell Google how to reach you. Oh, yes, done. Sorry, I have it up on my other computer, but for some reason it doesn't want to pop up here. Life Dev. Go to it. Go to your home. There we go. Okay, Lucas. Here we go. Okay, now I can open El Documento on. See, I can speak another language. that. Alright. Let me know if you got that. Cannot guarantee that it's as good as other Polish literature such as The Witcher, but I think it's really fun. I'm a little biased though. Okay. And while I'm over here, let me real quick do my shout outs. Okay, YouTube subs, we've got SF Izinkot, Rapipet, Chet Cheretanetvet. Good one. Nauer B, Anna Carvalho, the Mikon, Luis Arias, Luis Gonzalez. Weird, 2 Luises in a row. Ruben Andre Espinoza. And on Twitch, Lyra39 is following. And currently teaching Russian lessons. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, one and all. Okay, this is almost there. It's so funny making a mold as pretty as this. Like, I'm using all these sculpting techniques on a mold. It's silly. Silly, I say. That's okay. My tutorial is going to be very pretty as a result. I don't like Witcher, to be honest. I'm in minority. I believe we have much more accomplished Polish fantasy writers. Oh yeah? Well, he's the only one that I know of, therefore he's the most accomplished in my book. Alright, I love minority views, so tell me what it is you don't like about the Witcher series, and then I'll tell you if my Tales from Talifar will be something you like more or less. It is definitely different, very different flavor. But it might be different in a way that you hate. You never know, everyone's got different tastes, and I would not hold that against anyone. I actually haven't read any Witcher books. I've only played some of the games. He's accomplished because of the game. Yeah, probably. I'm sure that's a big part of it. Kind of like, what's his face with Game of Thrones, right? His Song of Ice and Fire was just another fantasy book until HBO was like, you're gonna be the most famous fantasy author in the world now. It's like, cool. I'll do it. Alright, tell me what you like about Witcher. I like positive reviews too. Aviv Cohen just subscribed. Thank you, Aviv. About Martin, I knew about Song of Ice and Fire before. It was quite popular in my school back in 2007. Yeah, he certainly wasn't an unknown, but as far as just like common people knowing about a fantasy author, like if you asked the man on the street, just the average Joe walking down the street, hey, name a fantasy author, he'd be like, I'd say probably a quarter of the world would be able to name one, and that would probably be Tolkien. And then after Harry Potter, I suppose Rowling should be counted amongst those the popular normal person would recognize. I like his character and dialogues between them, so I like 2 first anthologies of short stories were good. Yeah, one thing I'm doing with my series, for good or for ill, we'll see, I don't know, is, you know, we've got 11 books, and the vast majority of them are, you know, it's a different protagonist every time. The first books were releasing as a trilogy, and so, but it started as one book. So there's technically 3 books that follow the same story, same character. But for the most part, I wanted it to be like an anthology style thing where it's just like all these stories just take place in this world, and people are just attracted to the world and want to see various people and characters doing interesting things in it, as opposed to, oh, I want to see what happens to so-and-so next. But the saga is just plain boring, like a watered-down version of Game of Thrones. There's a lot of going around the world, the war, political intrigues, but all of it lacked context, if that makes sense. I think I know what you mean. Like, it's easy for a lot of quality stuff to be floating around that just doesn't gel for certain people, for whatever reasons. Good reasons, bad reasons, who knows? What reasons? It's hard for me to imagine some of the stuff because his description of surroundings are very economic. Okay. I have the opposite problem. I because I'm an environment artist, right? I'm always wanting to describe everything, and I've had to go back through editing passes and cut back and cut back and cut back on that kind of description. I'm not going sparse by any means, but it's definitely, it's actually a weakness of mine that I fall too far the other direction. I had the same problem when I was writing the action scenes. I was writing them as though I was like a choreographer or a stunt director, and like, okay, put your left leg over here, and then twist to your right, and then swing your weapon underhand, and then it was almost like I was animating the characters with voice commands. It's not a good way to write action. I learned several years ago. I've been doing a lot of study on writing and stuff. Fortunately, the vast majority of the writing was done by my mom, who actually is a published science fiction author. So she did the bulk of the writing work, and the parts that I've been working on, I've been able to just really focus on getting that right, learning what is the state of the art and how to do it right. And I don't have to worry about the big like story structure issues as much. But a lot of beta reader feedback has also helped both of us in getting the book to a really high quality professional state, in my opinion. Who's your mom? Her name, her published books are under Leela Rose Foreman, Foreman. She was published in like the, what is that science fiction, that huge science fiction anthology series, Orbit, or something like that. And then she's had a trilogy published, actually a couple times by a couple different publishers who, some of them really dropped the ball. And yeah, so it's not like you're gonna find her name everywhere. I don't even know what you would come up with if you searched it, to be honest. But yeah, she's been practicing writing all her life and has been deemed good by many professional sources. And she was kind enough to really pay attention to the world I was building, and got inspired enough by it to think, hey, why don't I help my son by writing some stories in his world, which was very helpful, because world building on its own, you can really get lost in the weeds and overlook a lot of things that are important to good storytelling. So her actually writing stories in the world was a forcing function that made me have to, you know, build in different directions, or realize, oh wait, it won't work this way. I've got to add or subtract these kinds of things. So it's been a really great process. Big White Shogun said, I assume that the lady you've written the books with was your wife. It's your mom? That's so cool. Yeah, very unusual, and I'm sure considered cool by some people and considered incredibly dorky by others, and it's what it is. Whatever. I love my mom. She's awesome. She's one of the smartest people in the world. Like, she's seriously absolutely brilliant. She knows so much science, and she, you know, taught courses on various things. She actually just released a book for high schoolers for writing fiction. And she's taught courses on alien biology design and stuff. So I got a lot of my tendencies from her. One of the design constraints for building the world that I put on myself, just because I think it's fun, a lot of people wouldn't think it's fun, is I tried to make everything scientifically plausible. Like, I love fantasy, but I just thought it'd be really interesting to have a fantasy world that was actually this, you know, plausible. It didn't have, you know, dragons whose weight could never be supported by their wings, or floating castles, or wizards that shoot fireballs. Although I try to actually hit a lot of those tropes, but spin it by saying, okay, how could something like that, or, you know, that has that flavor, actually exist? And so it pushed me in a lot of really original directions. So I think a lot of the people who have responded well to the world design, I think where that comes from is it's a very fresh approach, because it feels like high fantasy, but it's literally the structure of science fiction. Like, everything about the world, the design, the background is all science fiction, but it's presented as fantasy. It's a very interesting take, because most stories that mix science fiction and fantasy, they just mix the aesthetic elements, right? Like Final Fantasy is the perfect example of that. It's like they've got magic and technology, but by technology they just mean laser guns and giant towers and spaceships and mechs. It's not really scientific in any way. It's just like a sci-fi look, and it's great. I love that, but I wanted to do something different. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get the stuff out of the oven. Is my mom the lady you streamed with and have video on YouTube? Yeah. Yep. The older lady with white gray hair and like a streak of pink or purple. That's my mom. Yeah, we definitely had that concern that people would read the names on the book, you know, 2 Foremans, and assume it was a husband and wife team, and that's why we originally had it Josh and Rose Foreman, but that really made people think that, so we split it up and said Josh Foreman and Rose Foreman, and thought maybe that would help disambiguate that a little bit, but whatever. You like the sound of that, Shogun? That's cool. What I hate the most about the world building is the lack of foreshadowing. When something suddenly appears mid-story and we're supposed to believe it was always there even though it wasn't, and it's obvious the author came out with this idea suddenly. Yes, that is the classic Deus Ex Machina. And yes, most writers know about it and avoid it, but also, it's I think a lot of that comes about usually on TV and movie series where they don't have the ability to go back and edit the first part of the trilogy or whatever. There's not as big or sprawling fantasy epics that have the same thing, right? Where George R.R. Martin wrote the first Ice of Wind and whatever, 20 years ago, and now he's making up something and he's like, oh, it doesn't really fit, so he just kind of fudges it, or has to bring in something out of nowhere. Something I try very hard to avoid, like Testrals in Harry Potter. There's no excuse for that. Or are they Kestrels? I'm not. Yeah. I love Harry Potter movies. They're some of my favorite movies, but oh my gosh, the world building is so bad. It's so incredibly bad. There's so many devices and spells and things that pop out of nowhere and then aren't used again. Like, boy, that invisibility cloak or that time traveling device sure would be handy when, like, the fate of the world is at stake. Too bad you left it in movie number 3. Yeah, I'm not going to turn into an angry movie reviewer, though. The charm of those movies is undeniable. So, now we've got the basic, where'd my stick go? Here, okay. Basic thing. Do all our checks to make sure it's deep enough. All over the place, it is. Okay, so that's all good. Now what I'm going to do is make a nice clean delineation between what is going to be the mother mold and the rubber that's going to sit inside that mother mold. So I'm using this tool that has this angle on it, and that just helps cut that shape in there. But Martin has an army of people who keep an eye on scripts to make sure it fits. The undead horses that were carrying children to Hogwarts, it said in the books you can only see them if you witness a person's death. Oh yeah, that's the little moon girl and Harry were the 2 who could see them. And so you're saying the problem is that other kids see them when they fly them to school? Why is this being so stubborn? Harry can see them in the 5th book because he witnessed the murder of Cedric Diggory in the maze. But he can't see any dead horses at the end of the year when he takes the carriage back to the train station. Are you sure you were seeing it from his point of view? Like, couldn't they have been, like... Are you talking about the movie or the books? Because I have not read the book, so I don't know how that all plays out. But one of the things that I'm hoping to do really differently with my world is I really want to listen to people when they tell me things like that. And I'm going to give myself the freedom to go back and fix stuff from the past. My goal is to have like a media empire that's like the next Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or whatever, right? But the difference being really listening to the fans and incorporating their feedback, and every story in every medium would be canon. So like with Star Wars, George Lucas only cared about the movies. He did not give a hoot about the books or the comics or the video games. And I plan to do the opposite. Like, everything that is written in my world will be canon, which will be an incredibly unprecedented and very difficult organizational challenge. But because I'm building up from the ground up with that in mind, I think I've got a chance at it. Like, Marvel and Lord of the Rings and Star Wars and Star Trek, they never had a chance because they started as one thing and then spread out into a bunch of different things, using, you know, and every, you know, the toys and the books and the movies and the TV shows were all handled by different entities with different contracts, blah 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 blah. And I think if I start from the ground up, saying, every person who writes a story in this world, you are creating canon, and which is it's a double-edged sword. It means you can't just do whatever the heck you want, because you're going to be checked by the official Talifar historian or whatever, and they'll say, oh, sorry, that city was sacked 300 years before your story takes place, or no, it turns out that this race can't smell in the dark, or, you know, whatever random thing that authors tend to just like make up willy-nilly. So that power will be taken away from them. But in return, they have the awesome power of being able to set a real part of the canon in all perpetuity. So in order for anyone to want to contribute, though, they're gonna, you know, I'm gonna have to have a huge hit, obviously. Like, personally, I would work on Star Wars at the drop of a hat. I'd quit my job if I was offered a job working on Star Wars, just because it's such a huge part of my DNA, the way I grew up, my tastes, my preferences, my aesthetic has been shaped so much by Star Wars. To be able to say I worked on one, even if it's a bad one, it would be so cool. And so I want to have that kind of cultural capital that attracts people to Talifar and wanting to contribute to it, and willing to suffer the pain and indignity of having their stories, you know, kind of go through the scrutiny of a bunch of specialists who will tell them yes or no to certain things. They make a big deal in both the books and the movies when Harry first time sees them. Let's see. And then, as long as there's no obvious plot armor for the characters, I'm going to like it from what I'm getting. Consistent world that makes sense. Let's see. If I'm not sure exactly what plot armor means. I think what it means is like, I'm just unwilling to kill off certain characters because they're popular or whatever. Yeah, I think the books we've written so far are they're not. I'm trying to think of what is that style that drives so many shows and movies and books these days, of, you know, that there's a big pull for people to come back and keep coming back, is, oh my gosh, who's gonna die next? And that's not really what any of our stories have been about so far. So you may perceive that as being plot armor, I don't know. Big White Shogun says, I would never join you guys in A-Net, for example, even though working on Guild Wars 2 as even a janitor would be a dream come true. Simply because I wouldn't be able to enjoy it. I don't want to spoil the fun for myself. I love to be surprised, like episode 5, you know what I mean? Yeah, they did a really good job on that episode. Really proud of those guys. I would prefer to make my own thing and keep enjoying the stuff I'm passionate about. Makes sense. Shogun, do you want to check your email and see if you got the link that I sent you? I'm curious to see if it worked. Oh, already reading it. Okay. Nice. You had to Google what webbed fingers means? Gotcha. Yeah, there's some nightmare stuff. It's not grim dark. It never gets like Game of Thrones dark. Actually, I take that back. If you actually made video of some of the creatures and what they do. I guess it would be pretty hard R. We're talking about the Google Images. Okay. The illustrations in the book. Oh, of webbed fingers. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, real life webbed fingers. I like dark stuff and I love illustrations. I like to draw myself. Cool. Fun fact, the one community showcase you hosted with Gail, you actually complimented my artwork. So I was happy. Oh, nice. What was the piece? I don't even remember when that was. It must have been years ago, huh? Well, return me the favor, and when my book comes out, assuming you like it, when the book comes out, share it on the Guild Wars Reddit. And be like, hey, Josh Foreman from Guild Wars wrote this book, y'all. I would do it myself, but that would just be tacky. It's only half as tacky to ask other people to do it. You got any links to your art online? You could post a link in the Twitch here, and I could check it out. Can't wait till the books come out and be the first to announce them that I already read it. Nice. That's right, you get prestige. Well, here is a real true fact is if you do leave me feedback on the Google document, I will put your name in the thanks section of the book. I'm doing that for all my beta readers. Even if your comments are just like, this is the best thing ever, those are totally valid too. But certainly, I mean, the things that are most valuable to me are when you feel like, I'm feeling kind of bored, this is getting slow here, or why did this character do that? I don't understand. That sort of thing is really helpful. Don't have much since I moved out from Poland like 6 years ago. I left my scanner back home, so I only have a few sketches. Promise I will be brutally honest if I feel it's justified and needed. Cool! Yeah, I like brutal honesty. I can handle it. At this point, I've had enough beta readers say really, really good things. Like, on the one hand, be really critical of some parts, but then also, and especially after we fix those parts, be like, wow, this book is actually legitimately really good. Like, I'm fascinated to keep reading. I couldn't put it down, that sort of thing, you know? Man. What's up? I could help you with chicken. Yeah. Alright, gonna take a 3-minute break. Gotta help my wife make some chicken because she just had surgery a couple days ago and only has one hand. So, I'll be right back. Let's put something prettier up. What? Oh. Put a slightly prettier something to stare at while I'm gone.
The pillow started on
That's an epic char. Which sword is that? It's your girlfriend's char I drew last year for her. Hunting down the problem. Nice. I love Asura. They're my faves. This is the art you've seen on the community showcase. Gail must have grabbed it on Reddit. This is my main. Again, I'm proud of that one. Haven't updated anything else since. I had no need of sharing it with anyone. Maybe I should start doing that. Who knows? I focused more on pixel art and game making last couple years. Oh, that's cool. No, she didn't know. Well, she has a disease called EDS, so she has problems with all parts of her body because it's a disease of the connective tissue. So, oh my God, that Asura has a Quaggan heart shirt. That is amazing. So cool. Good job. Yeah, so she had surgery on her other arm and hand about 8 or 9 months ago, and then got this one done, but one she had earlier in the year is now causing even more problems. So it's like she has one in a cast, and then the other one is just like super weak and hurts to do anything. Like even scrolling on her phone, you know, just doing social media is painful for her. So she's not having fun. She's a very social, gregarious person who wants to be out there doing stuff, helping people, talking to people, going on walks, and this disease just ain't fun for her. I mean, it's not fun for anyone, but. Let's see, do I have a little loopy tool? Should. Dennis Hopking. Hi, Dennis Hopking. Thanks for the sub. Oh, that's your guild emblem. That's right. I remember that one now. I think I voted for that. I think back when we were floating different designs around, we had an internal poll. And I'm pretty sure I voted for that. Yeah, you know, everyone takes everything for granted until they lose it. That's just human nature. It's fine. It's good to be reminded from time to time and be grateful, and it does help your attitude and your desire to help others and have compassion, so. One of the amazing things about Heather is that she doesn't whine about this stuff. She takes it all in stride, and whenever she does talk about it, she's talking about it in the context of helping people who have similar issues. She's a very strong advocate and tries to help them get the health care that they need, which is often very difficult in the US. It's not been our guild emblem since the beginning, I believe 2012-ish. Oh, really? Okay. I must be thinking of something else then. Or, you know, it's quite possible I feel like 2012 was 6 months ago, for all I know. I've got multiple decade-long projects, so, like, time has very little meaning for me these days. I have really good health, my blood type is O, and my body produces like almost triple amount of platelets. Oh. Are you selling your blood to bicycle racers? Which makes my wounds heal pretty fast. Get downgraded cheap Wolverine. Are you like Deadpool, where if you get ripped in half, one half of you will grow back? Or would both? Yeah, I got off fairly lucky in the health roulette. I do have a degenerative disease also called ankylosing spondylitis, which for some people, like my brother, is incredibly excruciatingly bad, but for me it's been very mild. It's one of those things where it'll get worse with age, but it hasn't severely hampered my way of life or what I can do and make. That's what's important to me. Oh, you know what? I should really build up. This section. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Oh, darn it. I was recording that whole time. That's a good way to run out of SD card memory. Just record 16 minutes in 4K of doing pretty much nothing. You never tested getting ripped in half? That's good. Didn't sell your own blood, and then you didn't even know you could sell your own blood. Blood and platelets donor. That's good. Donating that's much better than selling. Now, there's, if I remember correctly, I'm not into sports, but I seem to remember a big story about, was it Lance Armstrong was the international bicycle champion or whatever, and then they found out he was blood doping, which was like, what is that? And turns out it is infusing your own blood with the blood of people who have something about their blood. I don't remember what it is. Maybe it's a high platelet count. I don't know, but it's something apparently that can give you an advantage. And it turns out, pretty much to be a champion in bicycling, you have to do this thing. Like, it's kind of like steroids and weightlifting. Like, everyone knows that all the champion bodybuilders use steroids. Technically, you're not allowed to, but if you're going to compete, you have to do it. Hey, Letha. What you doing up so late? Go to bed. I'm just kidding. Stay here. It's not as easy to donate in the UK. They just have more stringent rules on it. Yeah, you're right, Aletha. I can't tell you what to do. I mean, I can. It's just you don't have to listen to it. Lisa says, I just talked to Janae for a bit. It's great. We can do calls through Facebook to Japan. That's cool. Shogun says, in Poland, with special blood donor centers. Is that the name in English? There's none in the UK. Really? Yeah, we definitely have blood donation centers here in the US. And I don't know why any country would not have that. That's weird. Basically put that there. At least where I used to live. In UK, they have like traveling buses, and they visit the local centers and churches once a month or so. Oh, okay. So it happens where I live, they always visit on Fridays, which I always work. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, they definitely have traveling vehicles for blood donation here as well, but pretty sure they also have permanent facilities you can go to. Jay says, used to donate blood, but I started almost passing out, so I stopped. And now something in my brain associates needles with that sensation when needles didn't bother me before. Oh, yikes. Yeah, I've donated a bit here and there when I feel guilty enough. Man, I'm just so needle phobic. I don't mind short stabs with the needle for like, what's the word? when they give you the medicines to keep you from getting the viruses, whatever that's called. But when they have to like stick a thing in your arm and keep it there for minutes, it's just having something under my skin that if someone sneezes or tripped, it would like rip out. That's my big like shudder thing that I can't get over. Vaccine, yeah, that's the word. The English as a second language user gets the word before the native English speaker. What a world. I think you meant cannula. Sounded like it. Never heard of vaccine, that needle to stay in your hand for over a minute. No, I don't mind vaccines because it's just like poke and then you pull it out. And that's it. You know, poke, inject, pull it out. It's the blood draw that bothers me. AJ says, I got a vaccine for tetanus and the flu a couple years ago. One in each arm. The tetanus one made it feel like I'd been punched really hard and my arm didn't want to work most of the day. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really suffer those effects from vaccine shots. Shogun says, you know, I had the same fears about it a long time ago, and I actually find out that needles from this are elastic so they can bend to prevent breaking and stuff. Yeah, I believe that. I don't know if it makes my emotional brain feel any better. Cold over here, but I have cat's paw on me to keep me warm. Yeah, I think whenever I think what you look like, I pretty much just see a couch with a pile of cats on it. I'm like, yep, that's Aletha. Somewhere in there. Yep, this is prep for the Bowmark mother mold. And the one I'm going to be doing a video tutorial for. So Shogun, if it's not too personal, do you want to tell me why you immigrated from Poland to England? I'm always curious about that sort of thing. Like, I'm too scared to even leave my country for vacation, let alone immigrate to a different country that spoke a different language. So brave to be able to do that, but imagine it's usually because there's circumstances that are either unacceptable where you're at or so good where you're going that it makes it worth it. Again, feel free to ignore if that's too personal. Brave where necessities lay not far from one another. Indeed. There's no page numbers in the Google Doc. That's annoying. It's okay if you sound whiny. Don't know if you're able to pick up from my chill vibes, but I am not a very judgmental person. Was born in a really small village in Poland, like in the middle of the country, not so far from the capital, and yet somehow it seemed like the entire world just forgot about this place. Okay, so I'm envisioning that village in The Witcher 3, where you get the werewolf quest. And I was the kid that, let's say, wasn't so popular with the rest. So I end up as a classical example of a loner, playing almost always alone. Okay. I did a lot of that. I was homeschooled, so I also did a lot of playing by myself. And my mom was also that way. She tells me when she was a kid, her favorite thing to do was to take the dictionary down to the graveyard and read the dictionary hanging out with the graves by herself. Houses are actually really nice in Poland, and I wish we had homeschooling in Poland. Is it against the law there? There was definitely some push to make it illegal in the United States. I remember when I was a kid, it was in the mid-'80s. We lived in San Antonio, Texas, and they were trying to pass a law to clamp down and somehow, I don't know if it was to outright ban it, but to make it practically impossible to homeschool. And thousands of homeschool people, we all drove to the capital, Austin, Texas, and protested. So I would end up reading a lot, drawing a lot, imagine different worlds and places, you know, the classic escapism. Stuff like other countries sounded so exotic to me, so interesting. Anything that was alien intrigued me. Alright. Classic explorer, cosmopolitan archetype. Universalist. You get out there and experience away from your, how do they put it in Beauty and the Beast? There must be more than this provincial life. I think I got a lot of that exploration kind of provided for me because my dad was in the Air Force, so we moved every 3 to 5 years. I spent a lot of my childhood, 5 years of my childhood in Japan, and then some in Texas, some in Portland, Oregon. I was born in Seattle, and then my teenage years were in Alaska, in a stupid little town called North Pole, Alaska. That was it's like a tourist trap where people go and buy letters to send to their grandkids from Santa in the North Pole, because it actually has a North Pole, you know, return address on it. I was very similar. Loser. Ran around in the woods with my sword. I made some movies with some friends, but it was always me kind of harassing them until they did it with me. I didn't have friends from school and homeschool, but I had a couple good friends from church. I'm going to put some tabs here so that when the rubber slides into the mother mold, it will sit. I'll make sure that this disc doesn't slide back and forth at all. It will slot right into these. Had 4 good friends, all of them younger than me, always hanging around, playing in the forest and vast hills around. Cool. Letha says, I remember visiting your family, all in Alaska, Josh. I was so awkward and weird, but it was fun, I think. So long as I intentionally forget how many times I made a fool of myself. Well, you're in luck, because I don't even remember the visit at all, so any foolishness you made of yourself did not register with me. Big White Shogun says, every other summer night we would make a bonfire, spend the whole night roasting sausages and potatoes and just chilling away from everything, watching the night sky. That's cool. I mean, it sounds so cheesy, but that's how I remember it. And since I was the oldest one, I graduated first and decided to move to Capital to taste the real world, and sadly say, lost touch with them, with my dreams as a kid and stuff. Yes, AJ, I was certainly focused on my girlfriend at the time. I got engaged at 16 and married at 18. And surprisingly, it didn't work out. Who would have guessed that you don't actually know who you are or what you want when you're 16 and 18. Who could have known? I mean, besides all the adults who were clearly terrified, but knew there was nothing they could do. Oh, it must have been the worst. Just watching your kid doing something so foolish. The worst. Yep, I did not waste time. Shogun says, after finishing school, I got a job at Samsung R&D Center and got a job in the QA department. Hey, is it your fault my Samsung TV is getting blue ghost splotches on the side now? You didn't do your job. I'm sure it was your job to check my TV here in the U.S. that got sent to the U.S. I've only had it like 3 years. Or actually less. I want to say 2 years. Yeah, now I'm getting ghostly splotches, and I called them, and they had me do all the like resets and stuff, and nothing fixed it. But man, those nights with a bonfire roasting sausages and potatoes out in the boonies, that sounds awesome, man. I did my my last year of high school, my senior year, in a public school, but since I had been homeschooled, all the rest, well, from 3rd grade on, you know, I didn't have any friends there, so all of my friends were freshmen. So I know the feeling of hanging out with a bunch of younger kids. You're in the smartphone department. Okay, so it's not your fault. Oh, that's good. You're off the hook. Working on Windows Mobile and some ripoff of iOS they were making back then. Tizen, it was called, I believe. They were making it because they were afraid of Google buying Motorola and pulling back Android from public use. So it's not my fault. Alright. Get off the hook this time. Today's your lucky day. Alita, have you moved into your new place yet? I remember you were posting about like packing stuff up and moving, but I don't remember when your actual moving date is. I know they just had the inspection on the place a couple days ago, but then they have to remodel. Are you moving in after the remodel? Big White Shogun says, got depressed over the time working there. The pay was really crap. I was making maybe $400 a month. My rent would cost me almost a third of it. So yeah, not happy with my job. My love life failed a lot, and then suddenly on 9th of February, 2 days before my birthday, our youngest friend at age 17, just a month before his 18th birthday, just suddenly passed away. Oh man. Bummer. What's not a bummer is Big Cat Den Crafts is here. Hey, Big Cat Den Crafts. How's it going? Says, hey dude, popping in for a moment, but wanted to let you know that your sculpture work is absolutely phenomenal. All the Legend of Zelda creatures that you've created are incredible, and my hubs got all giddy seeing them on your website. Keep up the amazing work. Can't wait to see more. Awesome. Hey, thanks for the shout out. Appreciate that. Glad to know people dig it. Okay, back to this epic story. Let's see, so like 2013 was a great combo in my life. I lost like all the energy, this driving force in your life to do anything with it, just gone. Puff, vanishing. Oh, okay, you're being sarcastic. It wasn't a great combo in your life. I gotcha. Letha says, no, we aren't moving until March or April. It would be nice to get away from here. It was yelling and stuff outside just a bit ago. I was about to call 911, but then it stopped. I have to wait for the remodel to move in because they gotta make my area first. Okay. But I also dread moving because it's gonna be a lot of work and a big change. Yep. It'll be a much quieter neighborhood though. That'll be nice. White Shogun says, depression is a really nasty thing, so in the end, I failed at my job, got fired, couldn't find motivation to find another job, ran out of funds, had to go back to live with my folks. They weren't happy about it, not really supportive. Okay. So far you're telling a pretty common tale among this generation. Got a pretty cool looking shark here. Somehow it may have given up, and I'm telling it because I hope I may help someone out there. I planned my own suicide. It sounds so cheesy and edgy, but it's hard to explain if you haven't went through that dark moment. Yeah, man. That's... cheesy is not the right word for it. I wish as a culture we were better at talking openly about these things. I applaud you for being brave enough to speak it in public. It needs to be done more often to normalize it, to let people know they're not alone in these ways. It's really important. somehow my aunt, who's like 7 or 8 years older than me, who was living in the UK, came to visit us. Okay, let's see where this is going. I thought to myself, like, you know, what do I have to lose? I was planning to finish with myself, so screw it. Good point. I am very glad you made that choice. Went to a bank, took the largest loan I could have, which was 1.5K. Went to the airport, bought a ticket just 3 days ahead, bought a suitcase, packed some clothes, and ta-da, here I am. Wow. That's pretty epic. How long have you been in the UK now? That's why I don't bring my printer and scanner here, by the way. That makes sense. It costs a lot of money to take those things on a plane. Alright, AJ, thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Shogun says, I give you a hint, Josh, and you can figure it out. The thing that helped me a lot during the dark period was a little thing called SAB, and it released for the first time. Awesome. Okay, so SAB first launched in the spring of 2013. Wow, it's been that long. Holy cow. Yeah, because it was the first April Fools we did in Guild Wars 2, right? I think so. I think I got that right. So I went on to lead that Living World team for another release or two. So how are you doing now, mental health-wise? Do you feel like, do you still have episodes where you're imagining suicide, or did changing your circumstances help with that? played World 2 in the UK. Alright. And none. Oh, wow. That is awesome. I'm really happy for you, man. Like to tell yourself that old Grim you died back then. Okay. You got a grim version of yourself? And there really is a thing where, like, certain personalities just need certain kind of environments to thrive. And when they're not in that environment, it's devastating. Okay. Totally get that. Reborn again when you moved there. Yeah. I mean, if there's important parts to your psyche that aren't allowed to be exercised because of the environment, the social situation, whatever it is, then it's like a part of you is always suppressed. And when people don't live according to like what they're passionate about or what their true strengths are, that's awful for them. So, man, I'm really glad you found your way through that. Did you live with your aunt when you first moved to the UK? I'm curious how much she helped you through that process. Or was she just like the spark of inspiration? Rented a small room, like 2 meters wide, 3 meters long. Lived on cheap stuff. Do any kind of work I could handle. But for me, she did a lot. I mean, what I did when I think about right now seems bizarre. She just found a little flat, one person flat, about the size of of a large closet. Basically a part of the corridor in a shared house that the landlord changed into a tiny room. Sounds like something Harry Potter would be living in. There's a pretty big community of expat Poles in England, right? Did you get any kind of support, emotional or logistical support from all the other Polish folks there? Also curious, is it racist to refer to Polish people as Poles? I swear I heard someone use that recently enough that I felt comfortable saying it, but now I'm questioning it. I remember sleeping the first week using my jumper as a pillow, covering with bed sheet because the only blanket I had was so harsh. To be fair, I never looked for the support. Okay. The Americans need to tell you if being called a Pole is racist or not. I'll have to get back to you on that. I think I've also heard it because all our family reunions are very Polish themed. My dad has a bunch of sisters who really relish that part of their heritage, and so at family reunions and stuff we always have Polish cuisine, shall we say, and they sing Polish songs and do Polish dances. And when I got married, they did some ritual that they claim is Polish, where they put Heather on a chair and like put a necklace with little plastic babies around her. I think there was a shoe involved. Maybe the shoe was passed around. I can't remember. This is all very quirky and fun. I forget where I was going. The point was, I've heard them refer to themselves as Poles. So I think that's where I'm getting it. But they're also, in their 60s and 70s. So it's quite possible that it's something that is no longer accepted in polite company. for all they know or I know. Nationality isn't a race. Technically true, however, Polak jokes have been a thing in America for a long time. And they're always, you know, a joke about how stupid Polish people are. Yeah, well, that's random, but okay. I think I remember when one of my friends found out that, you know, I have Polish descent. He decided it was time to educate me on all the Polak jokes. And so I always had the impression that Polak was maybe racist isn't the right term, but you know, a socially unacceptable term. Well, Poland was very bloody and sad history. Sadly, geopolitical location wasn't so good for us, so lots of Poles really appreciate their heritage and identity. I found them funny. Yeah, you guys are kind of like Turkey in that sense, where it's just like you're at the crossroads of a bunch of superpowers who are always like tramping back and forth over your country, taking you over for the strategic advantage. It's got to be annoying. The US has the advantage of having a gigantic ocean on both sides. We have a joke in Poland that there's no such thing as American scientists, so we are even. Like stuff that American scientists just invented dry water, or an oxymoron like that. Interesting. Yeah, our Polak jokes are along the same lines. It's like, why did the... I'm not going to do it justice, but it ended up with having screen doors on a submarine, or how do you break a Polak's finger? By punching him in the nose, right? This is just those ridiculous playground style insults. No dry water because there are no American scientists. I may have just slaughtered the joke. Well, you did a better job than mine. All I did was cut to the punchline. So, for some reason, I'm not a master of remembering playground insult jokes. I do remember a fun rhyme that we would do in as very young children. Let's see if I can get it right. It's a story rhyme poem. And I'm wondering if someone who with English as a second language will actually get the nuance. Probably, because it's all just about, no, maybe not. A lot of it is predicated on how English has all these words with double meaning that can contradict them. I'll just say it. You tell me if this makes sense to you. Ready? One dark night in the middle of the day, two dead boys got up to play. Back to back, they faced each other, drew their swords, and shot each other. Two deaf policemen heard the noise, came and shot those two dead boys. If you don't believe my lie is true, go ask the blind man. He saw it too. Good story, huh? And totally true. That's probably my favorite artifact from childhood. Yeah, now that I say it out loud, it's really not clever at all. It literally is just saying the opposite of what people are capable of based on disabilities they may or may not have. Okay. I think I might be ready to actually put some plasti paste on this sucker. What was that? Take some pretty pictures of it. Have a lot of tongue twisters that are hard even for most of us Poles. Yep. Tongue twisters are hard for everyone. That's what makes them tongue twisters. I can't even say the word tongue twisters. What do you think of that? We have very simple ones like toy boat. Just say that 5 times fast. And then complicated ones that go like, the big black bug bled bad blood. No, it'd be the big bad bug bled black blood. Time for plasti paste. Plasti paste. You know what? This stuff can get on your clothes, and if it does, then clothes are ruined. So I'm gonna put on a jacket I don't care about real quick. Just try to read Wa Shizbrezani Shrezrekre Brismi Wetriz. That's as far as I'm going to dare to go. Be right back. Not even close. I mean, what does a W by itself even sound like? This is when I wish we could, this is a button I could press that would let you talk into your computer and it would come through. That'd be awesome. I mean, to say W in English is wha. I got a big bucket somewhere. Dirt stick. A good example. You know, Vlast, the son of Glint. Take the V sound from his name. That's the sound W makes in Polish. Vla, vl, v. No, I don't need to spray this. It's all good. Okay. Plastic paste 2. Dun dun dun. Exactly that. And alone is a pronoun. So, gonna get some oil in there. You gotta mix that up. Okay, and the mix is 1 to 2 by volume. So let's say we're going to mix 40. Let's say 50. Where's my pen? We did 50, and then do an addition. So half of 50 is 25, which would be 75, which looks like it'd be somewhere around there-ish. Oh no, it's the song. No. This one, my hands are starting to get sticky. Okay. Sorry, Mouse, you're gonna have to take one for the team. Depending on context, it can mean in, on, at, inside. And so in this case, W means because is the name of an actual Polish town. Okay. The tongue twister basically means in a town called there's a beetle that makes a sound, and that is what makes the town famous. It makes a sound that people called the town. Like, if there was a dog that made the sound wolf, and so people named the town Wolf because that's the sound the dog made. Literally. Gotcha. So here's a question for you. You really like Super Adventure Box, right? But you did not grow up with old 8 and 16-bit games in Poland, did you? I'm always curious when people, like, so much of what makes Super Adventure Box compelling to most people is that they feel nostalgia for when they were kids playing games that look like that. Oh, you did? Okay. What systems did you have? You actually had a NES as a kid. Interesting. Either you are older than I thought you were, or you guys just hung on to your old consoles longer. So I was playing my NES in 1987 through 90. Almost 28. Okay. I don't think most 28-year-olds played with the NES as kids. Got it in 95. Wow. So when my friends were getting PlayStation and PCs, I was stuck with a pirated version of Japanese Famicom. Nice. Alright. I need to get another one of these. No copyrights in 90. Yeah, okay. Or either that or just Nintendo didn't bother to sue Eastern European countries that were pirating super old games. Oh. Cut this out, you guys. Cut it out. Okay. With what? Seems like it would need a really strong blade. Looks like so. Or do I actually stab into it? Oh, glad that didn't get in my eyes. Sure could have. Make a note. This little spill that comes out, you're going to have a lot easier time opening the can the next time if you wipe that off before you put the lid back on. Have to remember, Poland was a communist country till '89. Yeah, I watched a really interesting Netflix documentary about pirated VHS tapes in, was it Romania? Some Eastern Bloc country. During the '80s, they would smuggle the VHS tapes in. And there was like one lady who did all the voiceover translation for them. So this whole generation of people were exposed to Hollywood movies, just overdubbed by this old lady. It's called if you want to check it out, it's called Chuck Norris versus Communism. Let's see, so in 90s, something like copyrights were non-existent. Yeah. Almost like what you have in China, since communism do not believe in something like intellectual property of one person. So there was tons of pirated software flooding the Eastern market at this time. I remember like having a cartridge with Mario, Contra, Tetris, Pac-Man, and lots of other games together in one. Something you had to buy separately, right? Yeah. I mean, certainly early in the, I don't know, they may have done packed games together in later years, but yeah, when they first came out, you definitely had to buy them all separately. Family video game. Computer family game. MT777DX. Pegasus. Nice. That's hilarious. I really should have just mixed this in a bigger bucket, but I didn't want to waste it. You know this story so well, like early PC games pirated and sell on markets with like one voice actor who actually had this strong Russian accent, and the grammar was so bad as well. Like Codename 47 or the first Max Payne. That's awesome. Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way. No matter how much countries want to try to control from the top down, their citizens always find a way to access what they want. These games would usually come from Ukraine or Russia. They were translated to Polish and dubbed there, brought to Poland. Yeah, I want to hear a funny story about translation in Guild Wars. Stuff is so thick. First Guild Wars game was really popular in Poland, mostly because it had no subscription fee. It was actually fully translated into Polish and released by CD Projekt. Yeah, that's how they started out, right? It was doing ports of PC games. I saw a no-clip documentary on YouTube about that. Good workout. actually started as pirates, the two brothers. They were copying VHS, and that's how they got money to start actual legit business. They made the investment, their own money, made first legit, fully dubbed version of a game in Poland. I believe it was Baldur's Gate, and it was a huge success. That's also why the first Witcher was made with the Aurora engine, because of a good relationship between CD Projekt and BioWare. Okay. So. Let's start dolloping this out. Moving this on the floor. And that's on the table. Denatured alcohol. Just to make sure it's getting down into all the cracks and stuff. Okay, looks like I want a lot more of this. So I'm just going to use what's left in here. I'm not going to measure particularly carefully. Just going to put what probably looks like about half of what's in there. For some reason I haven't remembered that I should just always have paper towels out whenever working with mold making materials. Never played the first Guild Wars game, but I find out from other players that there was one boss in Guild Wars who was called Dupek the Mighty. Apparently he was a really strong boss in the first game. He was a Morganite or something. Funny thing is, Dupek in Polish literally means asshole, as you would call someone bad and annoying. So there's a story you can share with the office with, with folks from Renet who worked on the first game. That's pretty hilarious. Hey Kenzo, how you doing? Yeah, it's definitely a struggle when I've named my characters, named my world. There's so many, like, pretty much any combination of syllables is going to be something in some other language. So it's tricky to avoid all of those funny kind of mistakes. As you can see, Kenzo, we're making some delicious applesauce. Oh shoot, I forgot. I was going to get a little wood block so that I can make this stand upright easily. In fact, I should just grab this one. So, just gonna use that. Stick it right there. Ideally, these would be level. But we do not live in an ideal world. The important thing is that they can stabilize it when I flip it over. I think I'm gonna mix more. I'm just not super confident that this is gonna be enough strength. That's annoying. Okay, I'm gonna have to open another container. Boo. Uh-oh, we out of memory. No. Just when I want to be done, everything goes wrong. It's almost like toffee, yeah. 2 days on the run. Cut your stream a little late, though. Morning, 7:30 a.m. I got the other stuff in the kitchen, so I'm gonna run and get that. Be right back. Oh, and I'm gonna need a big bucket. Where did I put my big buckets? Not here, of course. Okay. Okay, before I touch anything, let's get our memory card issue sorted. Okay. Quick question. Beaumark people seem to be very tribal nation. Correct me if I'm wrong. Depending on how you define tribal, I would say yes. Yes, they are. They're very much a tribe. Thought it would be fun to start a fantasy novel in a not normal fantasy setting. Most people expect European woods. And I was like, nah, let's make them more like Polynesians. Don't worry, he gets to European woods eventually. You know, while I'm here, let me just see if there's anything. I forgot about this stuff. But life is 10 minutes. Yeah. He said should be stored at room temperature. Too late. Pre-mix part B, yes. Two different containers. Shelf life of part A, the yellow container, is reduced after opening. Yep. Mix 1A to 2B. Okay, material will adhere to itself if additional layers are needed. Good. That's what I thought, but it's good to be sure. Half-inch thickness is recommended. Large molds need additional thickness, yeah. Prevent a jagged surface. Final layer of plastic paste can be smoothed by wiping solvent, denatured alcohol, or acetone on surface with gloved hand. Oh, yeah, denatured alcohol, that's what I got. Okay. Everything confirmed. Not very advanced technologically, I mean, even by medieval standards. Yeah, that's kind of a big part, a big point of the book. You'll get to part of Beaumark's quest is to go out into the wider world and procure better technology for his people. Though it comes about in a rather roundabout way. Maybe it's just me, but that's the feeling I'm getting, and I was just wondering because the structure feels like a very medieval one, especially because of the tax collector. As I said, English, not my first language, but tax sounds like something more modern or more civilized. Well, as far as I know, taxes are as old as agrarian civilization, so... Once a group gets to a certain size and you develop specialists, that's when taxes become a thing. So once you have a priest class, not just like the one shaman for the tribe, or once you have a person who specializes only in making, weaving or only in fishing, all that kind of stuff, that's when taxes seem to come on the scene. But that's still a valid observation. It's like, will readers be confused by that and think we don't know what we're talking about, or that we don't understand what our style is, or something like that? That's a valid concern. Used to have something we would call a tribute to the king, or imposition, that would be. I was more wondering about the naming, that I'm just asking for learning purposes. There's another weird thing about the world that's not traditional fantasy, is that these are humans who are descended from our future. And they've been, it's kind of a spoiler, but not really. It's not something I'm really hiding. But like all the different variants of humans were genetically created in order to, because they were going to this planet, they were being replanted here by this species called the Shepherds, who go around the galaxy saving any species they can from, like if their sun is going to go supernova, or if they're going to be attacked by evil aliens, or an asteroid is going to smash their planet, these shepherd aliens will swoop in, grab some of the people, and put them on, rehome them on a planet that's as similar to their home planet as possible. So there's a bunch of these different aliens on there, and humans have several different genetic variations. But they also, they inherited all the philosophy, religion, political concepts, etc., etc. Now, it's been 2,500 years since they were put on this planet and all their technology was taken away, more or less. So, most of those things have faded into the background. Like, there's probably some societies that are still somewhat democratic, and, like, certain ideals like equality between the sexes and races and that kind of stuff are still around to some extent in different cultures. Like, different cultures preserve them better than others. So the idea that there would be some modern sounding ideas or political structures or whatever, that's purposeful. Makes much more sense why there were so many Earth-like stuff around, monkeys and pigs, for example. Yeah, although actually the pigs are are from a different planet. They're just, the humans call them pigs because they are similar to Earth pigs. You'll find a lot of that, like weird mixing and matching, because they have dogs on Beaumark's Island, but when he gets to the main continent, he discovers furry dogs, and he's surprised by these dogs that are covered with fur. He's like, what in the world? Yeah, actually, we got a lot of that kind of feedback from readers early on, and that's why we added that first little, at the top of the very first chapter, it says 2,500 years after the crash, to just kind of give that hint. I don't know, maybe it's not an obvious enough hint. Obviously, the crash could mean all sorts of things. But it's always good to have readers kind of theory crafting in the back of their heads with those kind of mysteries. Although, like I said, it doesn't last a mystery for long. I don't think that's a good way to take IP. If the whole reason people are watching your stuff or reading your stuff or playing your stuff is because they want to find out the answer to a thing, I don't think you're going to last, because once the answer comes, there's no way it's going to be as satisfying as they built it up in their minds to be. And then once it's out there, and it's like, well, there's like, why revisit it? Why keep talking about it? Why go back for more? So yeah, we have kind of a meta-narrative on the planet, and there's all sorts of interesting conspiracies and political shenanigans that are going on. But none of them are really like the core focus of the books. It's just more a flavorful backdrop to the character interactions and adventures that happen. Yeah, that's the balance I'm trying to strike. Hints are there, but they're not making things so obvious that there's no questions left in the reader's mind. Like, you do want the readers to have questions. I just don't want that to be the focus of the story. Okay, let's see. If I go to 40, then add another 20, it'll be there. Just flavor. Yeah, so there's, like, technically there's an element of post-apocalyptic in the world as well, but it's so far in the past. You know, there's fantasy stories that have done that before. Was it Shannara that got turned into a really awful TV show a couple years ago? That one was supposed to be kind of like that. I don't know if the book was this bad, but man, the show, like, they still had ruins of, like, the Space Needle was just kind of like crooked. And, and there were light posts everywhere and freeway underpasses, and it was like, really, guys? This is like thousands of years in the future, and new species have evolved, and there's magic, but you still see like modern ruins around. Really dumb. Right, I think I first read through everything, leaving notes for myself, and after I finish the whole book, I will go through my notes and see what still stays valid for me, and we'll come back with that to you. Sounds the best, I think. Cool. Yeah, however you wanna approach it. Good to me. The only really advantage to having like the real-time kind of feelings and feedback of a beta reader is if it like they stop reading because they're like, I don't feel like there's going to be a payoff, or I don't think the authors really know what they're doing here, you know. This is some lousy stuff. I should not have used this. I mean, I've got 2 full, fresh things, but it's all lumpy. It's just, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, probably, hopefully. Like, I had one beta reader who was like super good feedback, but shortly after Beaumark, you know, the first about 10 chapters are mostly Beaumark's childhood, growing up, and then the call to adventure sort of thing, the thing that propels him out on his quest. And shortly after that, she kind of lost interest because she felt like Beaumark was naive. Like, his quest didn't make sense. She wasn't sure how it could resolve in any way that would be in Beaumark's favor, so why should he even bother? So I added some stuff that hopefully addresses that, but let me know if you feel that same way. I mean, for me, it would depend on what would happen later with this character, right? Yeah, it seemed almost like she just felt like his quest was hopeless. Didn't matter what his character was. It was just like, why would anybody think there's even a point or a chance to doing this seemingly impossible task? She's the only one who gave me that particular feedback, so I'm not super concerned about it, but it's just curious and interesting. Yeah, I could see how that would resonate with you. The slogan on the front of the book says, the Scarred King won, exile, colon, no, not colon, just down at the bottom there's, like, you know, movie posters and a lot of books these days now have a little thing, a little statement at the bottom. And ours says, desperate quest, deep scars. Beaumark gets very scarred in both physically and emotionally. Again, we're going for that scientific plausibility, and that includes psychology. There's so many so many fantasy is predicated on power fantasy, where it's just like, I want to imagine what it's like to be this invincible, unstoppable super dude who just goes around and wrecks everyone, like builds up his power and becomes super amazing and doesn't blink twice doing what he needs to do. So we wanted to take a different approach and be like, what if an actually good person had to do all these like really horrific things and suffer the consequences of that? My worldview changed a lot since I moved out. Moved out to the country that is very multicultural, and I could see how cultures from many different parts of the world interact with each other. I see the problems I haven't seen or been aware of. Different faiths, being treated differently just because your skin has different shade was absurd to me. It isn't anymore. I thought that racism was this dumb thing only based on hatred or feel of dominance over others just because you were born somewhere else. Now I know the best fuel for racism is fear, a genuine fear for something people don't understand or try to understand. OFC? There are still those who just hate for the sake of hating, but I hope you get my point. Yeah, I think, well, so I mean, psychologically speaking, evolutionarily psychologically speaking, you know, we developed to thrive in tribes of, at maximum, 150 people, where we recognized everyone, knew who we could trust, knew who we couldn't, knew who the cheaters were, and the free riders. And so once we're removed from that kind of social structure, everything goes haywire. Like the dislike of people from another tribe was warranted when most of the time when you saw another tribe, it's because they were moving into your land to either take your women or your resources. And so that's what our brains are evolved to do and how to behave. And overcoming that is it's an unsolved problem. Fear is definitely a part of that. And sometimes the fear is warranted and sometimes it is not. Man, yeah, it's really hard to parse that difference, to figure out, because it's based on heuristics. Your brain comes up with rules that says, when I see someone who's like has dirty hair and they're yelling at themselves and like flailing their arms around, to keep your distance because they could be dangerous. It's like that's a heuristic, and that's also an assumption. Like, you could walk up to them and talk to them and find out, there's some other reason besides they're a dangerous schizophrenic for them doing that. Who knows? But yeah, we have these heuristics that usually work most of the time, but they can easily be misapplied and used for evil. And yeah, I don't know what the trick is. Try my best to analyze people on a case-by-case basis, but that gets really expensive from a brain calculation and time perspective. Like, if you have to reanalyze every person every time you meet a new person, and you can't use any of the heuristics that nature and evolution has built into us, you're gonna run out of time and energy real fast. Which hopefully none of that made it sound like I'm endorsing racism. I certainly am not. I'm just saying it has a deep evolutionary root to it. Which doesn't make it right or wrong, it just makes it a thing that we've got to grapple with as a complex society. We want to live together, we want everyone to have equal rights, and so yeah. Hopefully we can figure it out. I feel like social media has helped get people who historically have not had a voice that would ever be heard or listened to. They're now being heard and listened to, which is amazing. Imagine if slaves in ancient Rome had Twitter and could have slave Twitter and organize and be heard by the average citizen. Things would have fallen out very differently, I imagine. Yes, it is recorded on my memory card. In this case, I actually want it to be doing that. Thanks for the heads up, though. The problem is I turned it on to record just a particular thing, and then I forget it's on, and then it just keeps recording and using up all my disk space. Okay. I think we got it smoothed out where we need it for now. And it stopped recording. I wonder if this memory card was full. Wow. Okay. Well, looks like I've got some file wrangling to do tonight. And it's after midnight. Dang it. I was really hoping to get to sleep earlier. Ah, well. Alright, it's time for me to call it. And I'll be back. Today's Thursday, so I'll be back on Sunday, if not sooner. Got 8 minutes of footage. All right, it's probably fine. But I do want to take a picture. In case you didn't know, I have a Instagram, a Facebook, and a Twitter account. You could follow me on any of those if you are so inclined. It's 8 a.m. there. Well, good morning. Yeah, so hope you feel better. Hope you enjoyed the book. Definitely let me know. Leave your comments. And I'll sign off. Say see you on another day. It was great talking, man. Really enjoyed that. Yeah. So, here's the end stream button. Okay, ending now. Yep. Good morning, good sir. See you later. Bye, everyone.